Good afternoon. Wednesday blessings from the Kent's 5 Digital Center. Going to get up and going on our Facebook Live. A good Q&A about what's happening right now and moving forward. Most importantly, how soon we're going to get out of this. Give you a big update on all the river flood warnings as well. We've got our Kent's 5 team getting everything prepared for First at 4 on Kent's 5 television. So make sure that you're getting ready on all platforms. But a Q&A coming up live on our Facebook Live on Kent's 5. Yes, ready to launch. What's up, my man? How are you? Huh? Okay, absolutely. I like that. Oh, good. Okay. No, I was just doing a little preview. I'm ready now, though. Yeah. Grazie, Kristen. Thank you. Whoa. Got the music kicking. I was thanking Kristen, one of our digital ninjas here at Kent's 5. Getting ready to rock and roll. Let's do this. Let's do this. But we gotta make it official. Good afternoon. Wednesday blessings to you and yours. Hope God's peace is finding you, protecting you. Stay safe out there on area roads. If you have to get out, make sure you're allowing extra time anywhere in San Antonio and the surrounding region. The entire metro practically under a flash flood warning right now. We've got several that I want to catch you up on. I'm going to go to a 3-screen split today so that you can see not only the map that I'll be primarily talking about, but also keep a loop up of our current road conditions in case you are going to have to travel, because I know a lot of you have work, have important obligations, and you're going to be on the roads. I just want to make sure you're allowing extra time. Don't leave and be in a rush. Don't be running late. If you can, of course, avoid running late. You don't want to be in a rush with these kind of road conditions. Matthew, good to see you. Listening, all right, in the 2-3. I love it. You know, Matthew, it's funny. Every time I think of our zip code, I go 780 Michael Jordan. Hey, Ashlyn. Oh, praise God. Absolutely. He's real. He's alive, and he wants to protect us. You know, and so we just ask, and he does. And thank God the tornado this morning didn't cause more damage than it could have. I think about that tornado hitting at the wrong time. How about a Saturday at the rim in the afternoon? Right? You know, it's never a good time for a tornado, but it's 8 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. Man, I mean, it did some incredible damage across that area. We'll be having a lot on that First at 4, and I've got a video of it in just a moment. But the first things first, let's show you what we've got on our warnings and give you an idea as to what you're looking at. Here in the city, we've got a flash flood warning for northwestern Bear until 7 p.m., okay? That's for 7 p.m. You've got 2 to 5 inches of rain that have already fallen across the city. Amounts of 1 to 2 inches additional are going to be possible. So flooding is occurring across the San Antonio area. That's north central. If we go down to the south and west, or the south and east, I should say, and it bleeds into Guadalupe County on this warning. This is a 1 to 3 inch area. We're looking for an additional 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch. So what's going to happen now is from San Antonio east and the I-35 corridor, the chances of flooding will begin to slowly diminish. These warnings are still in effect. I mean, we can go over into Seguin, and this is a warning for Guadalupe County that, again, these are all in effect until 4 p.m. off to our east, as we expect some of this rain to begin to let up off to our east. Okay, north central Comal County, north central, this is part of north central Bear, but then all of Comal until 3 p.m. So this is one that'll be hopefully expiring in 15 minutes. A 1 to 3 inch, up to 2 to 3 inch pockets have fallen between New Braunfels and Canyon Lake. Let's see what we've got in Kendall County. So this is until 4 p.m. for Kendall County, but then there's an extreme warning for southwestern Kendall until 8:15. And that's going to be where Bernie has seen, again, they're calling between 4 and 12. I mean, that is quite a range. But between 4 and 12 inches of rain have already fallen. An additional 1 to 2 inches are possible. So this is where we've got a high concern for imminent threat of life-threatening floods. This is going to be right in the Bernie area. We've got 2 crews that are going to be handling the Bernie situation. River Road is aptly named because it's completely underwater right now. And so southern Kendall County, northwestern Bear, that is going to be a really bad spot for a while, as is west. You know, when we talk about Uvalde, I mean, moving forward, I think the Highway 90 corridor tonight and tomorrow is going to have the highest risk of severe to catastrophic flooding. 7 p.m. is the flood warning for Uvalde County until 7 p.m. 6 to 16 inches. I'm going to show you some of the rain totals there. Up to 16 inches of rain in those areas west, between essentially Hondo and Uvalde, right embedded there, Sabinal, but that Highway 90 corridor. Yes, and keep praying. Brittany's under, where are you, Brittany? Give us an update on where you are. Frio Canyon, Michelle, my gosh. Just drove to San Antonio from Bernie. Prayers are with you all. Thank you, Albie. Appreciate you. Irene, absolutely. Make sure everyone is staying safe. Again, want to show you what we saw early this morning. This is the tornado at just about 7:50 a.m. I-10 at the rim. And this video coming in from Ken's 5 Eyewitness, Amelia Gomez. You're going to see more of what we call scud clouds at first, okay? And then she's going to go to the left just a little bit on this camera. You can see the tornado beginning to form. As she drives forward, she goes left with the camera. Now we had a good discussion on morning radio. KTSA radio had me on live for about a good 45 minutes when this was happening. We were all discussing it. And if that tornado would have turned and started coming right up I-10 and you're in your car, get out of your car and get underneath it. Get out of your car and get underneath it. You do not want to be inside a vehicle surrounded by glass and there's
oh my God,
below right there, and the flying debris. That's what does so much damage. You might not ever be in that vortex, but if you are anywhere near, some of that flying debris could impact you easily. So it's important to remember, I think the safest in that moment is to get under a vehicle that you're in. Get out of that car and get underneath if it was coming straight at you. You know, overpasses are very safe as well, but you don't have that possibility here. You don't have that chance because you're trapped on an overpass. You can't go forward, you can't go backwards. I mean, those cars were just sitting still watching this tornado just off of Interstate 10 westbound. Technically, you know, the direction is north, but it's 10 west. Live right on the Guadalupe. Oh man, transformer blew out. Krista, be safe, be very safe. Keep an eye. Jessica, hello. Patty, everyone please stay. Yeah, if you can. And yes, that is such a great reminder, Patty. Check on neighbors, check on loved ones, give them a call, make sure they're aware. Because this is astonishing when you consider just what we're seeing in rainfall. I'm going to clear these numbers and pop in the new ones because they've definitely been updated. So notice here now, we'll see now upwards in Bernie, we're pushing 13.5. Now look at this, right at Sabinal, right on the Uvalde and Medina County line, we're up to 19 inches of rain. Oh my gosh, look at this, north, what's this red? They're all 16 north of Uvalde. Medina Lake now is upwards of 7 inches almost. Bandera, Texas, we're upwards of 11 inches of rain. West of Bandera is going to be Medina, Texas, is over 8. And you can see the totals that continue across northern Uvalde County. The problem with that Highway 90 corridor, not just that they've gotten 16 to 19 inches of rain already, but they're also going to see more rain develop in that area. That's the hot spot tonight through tomorrow for these bands to continue moving north. This upper level feature is back to the west. It hasn't drifted far enough to the west to get that rain band out, but this is definitely going to have impacts through tonight and tomorrow. How much more for Leander and Georgetown? Probably not as much. You're getting a little farther north than the impact area. More rain, but you know, the hot spot's going to be where these, unfortunately, where these highest rain totals have already occurred, and they just cannot do anything with one more drop that falls in that area. Let's get to live radar and show you what we've got. Things are beginning to slowly taper off South Bexar County, Atascosa County, but still pockets of very heavy rain moving up 410 over Leon Valley right now. So Leon Valley getting a very heavy rain area, I'll call it. It's not a thunderstorm. I make sure I've got lightning on, so no thunder here, no lightning here. But going up the 281 corridor, you also see pretty significant amount of rain on either side of Stone Oak into Hollywood Park, Timberwood Park, and spots even east. Boy, this morning, that was the other thing. You had the tornado over I-10 corridor heading up. It dissipated before it reached the Dominion. But East Bexar County, I mean, I'm talking about China Grove, St. Hedwig, Santa Clara, all those communities, Schertz, Garden Ridge, Marion, up to New Braunfels, got clobbered early this morning. And I was afraid that was going to be our next tornado threat, because these are tropical spin-ups. You know, a lot of times in a tropical thunderstorm, there's such great wind energy, and you can get a small EF0, EF1 tornado. That's what happened with what we saw this morning. That tornado, definitely an EF1. We're going to see the National Weather Service storm survey, hopefully by tomorrow, indicate to whether or not it was 2, maybe it was just a 1. But I'm just by looking at the damage at the Oasis Apartments and considering what the wind, you know, has to be to do that kind of damage, we're looking at probably somewhere along the reach of an EF1 at least, and maybe an EF2, And you wonder, like, when's the last time has that ever happened? Well, in 2017, some of you may have been here because I was looking at this. It was Alamo Heights. It was February of 2017 when 2 EF2s touched down inside Loop 410 in Alamo Heights. How rare that is for tornadoes to develop and touch down inside the loop. And it happened. It was 2017, Alamo Heights, and then also Northridge. It was northeast Bexar County, and that was an EF3. And that was where it was a power tower, I believe. It's a T-shaped tower. And it was literally as if, you know, somebody took their hand and just crumpled it like a paper ball. The way that structure was just like, it was amazing, amazing. That's when you see the power of nature and you understand. 15 miles radius of Camp Wood. Hotspot again tonight? Absolutely, Bill. Yeah, west, Camp Wood, Leakey, Real County is definitely in the watch and in the risk area of more excessive rain and high chance of flooding. Let's take a look. This is going to be the Wednesday to Thursday, okay? So tonight and tomorrow, you're in the 3 out of 4 out there risk area of flooding. Notice how it tapers off as you move east now, where most of San Antonio in the marginal risk on Thursday, and a good portion of western Bexar County up the I-10 corridor for Bernie, Comfort, and just almost into Kerrville is that 2 to 3 line of risk area. Once we get into Friday, it shifts west, but we still have our communities like Del Rio, Bracketville, Rock Springs, almost Leakey in a Friday risk of slight. That's a Cat 2 out of 4. So that's a 50% chance. I mean, I know the word slight doesn't sound like much to worry about, but when it's the 2 out of the 4 risk, well, that's pretty significant when you consider that's 50%, right? 50% probability of flooding. All right, future radar, and let's see which one is initializing best. This isn't bad. This isn't bad, with a lot of the heaviest rain getting a little bit more scattered and north on 281 at 2 p.m. Wednesday. So this is the HRRR, and let's see what we've got. We can see more at 5 developing, 6 p.m. Here's 7 and 8, and 9. And you notice that it's a lot more isolated. We don't see those big complexes. But as we learned this morning, I mean, these individual tropical thunderstorms could spin up a quick little tornado. We're going to have to keep a very close eye. Wednesday, because that's still going to be a possibility. There's no change in air mass. There's no cold front. There's no big dry line sweeping through and drying out the atmosphere, cooling down the atmosphere, stabilizing the atmosphere. It's still very wet air out there, and we still have the mechanisms in place. The upper level feature to the west, a surface low to the east. All right, so notice as we get into Thursday morning now, pockets of very heavy rain are more focused west across the hill country, but definitely between, I would say, Hondo and Del Rio up through Rock Springs. And that's through tomorrow afternoon, and you can see how things thin out. Now Friday morning focusing Del Rio, Valverde counties. So almost exactly like that flooding outlook is forecasting. The rain tapering off from east to west Thursday into Friday. We'll take a look at the other model here in just a moment, but right now the HRRR, which is initializing very good, and we have reason to give this forecast high confidence that we're going to get a break here shortly. And then you can see at 5 p.m., I mean, it's not going to be a long break, right? Just a couple of hours, and some isolated storms could develop as early as 5, 6 p.m. But then, what was that second round? About 8, 9 p.m. But the bigger, or I should say larger coverage of heavy rain is looking like Thursday morning west of the city. Not saying it's not raining here in San Antonio tomorrow, but just not as much. Okay, now let's take a look at the graph model. Hey, baby Panda Scobie. So Seguin, you're going to improve dramatically. Tonight, still in the flood watch, still a risk of seeing some pretty good rain. But as you get into Thursday, yeah, tomorrow's Thursday, you're going to see chances diminish quickly. Again, from east to west, we're going to start seeing things gradually improve beginning Thursday and into Thursday night for San Antonio, as the shift on Friday is going to be where the heavy rain is expected for only Del Rio, like from about Uvalde to Del Rio early Friday. And then by Friday afternoon, we should be done. We should be done and start really changing the weather pattern as we get into the weekend and quiet down and dry out. Okay, so not initializing as well, right? We want to see the future radar with a real good handle on what's happening currently. But notice, real quiet this evening. A couple of downpours by 8, 9 p.m. And then the hill country gets active after midnight. Very heavy rain from Uvalde, clipping we were talking about Camp Wood, you can see right there. Bandera, Kerrville, into sunrise on Thursday, and we're looking at very heavy rain over the same area for a few hours. This could be real dangerous, see, because it starts, let's that's kind of how we handled it before. Say 1 a.m. and doesn't really let up until, 10? 9, 10 a.m., that's a solid 7, 8 hours at least. And then some scattered action Thursday afternoon. Heating's going to fire it up. Thursday evening. Okay. I like to put both models side by side. It's like going to the doc and we want to get a second opinion. It's always worth it. Family in Uvalde. Yes, Sarah, please make sure they're safe. Make sure they're aware of the situation and they can get things done now. Now's a good break in the action before this rain's going to get heavy and cause some issues in Uvalde for sure. They are under a flash flood warning, so only travel if necessary. But right now is a break in the rain. Cannot believe how much, 18 to 20 inches out there. What category? Not yet. We don't know yet. Deanna, what's happening? El Salvador's here. Oh, absolutely. We've got a team doing mission work in El Salvador. Deanna, lifting up prayers for San Antonio. That's awesome. Love you guys. Stay safe out there. Praying for a great mission trip to do God's work out there. That's awesome. Loving one another. CB, what's up, Grizz? that turns it off, right? I mean, where is it? If you can find it, let me know, man. Let me know. Bulverde, yeah, definitely. Raining pretty hard now, and that's going to continue for Bulverde. I'd give you at least till 4, maybe 4:30, because it's going right up the 281 corridor on the band that we've got right now. And you see another isolated pocket developing over Stinson Airfield, right there at 1604 in between Somerset and Elmendorf. A lot smaller, but again, we've got plenty of moisture to get this thing growing and enlarge its reach, enlarge its area. No, not this weekend. Krista, we're done. By this weekend, and new weather patterns in place. Good stuff. Good stuff. 1604 Petranco. Hey, Barbara. Yeah, West Bexar County definitely going to be in the flood watch, of course, through tomorrow night, and in the risk for some flooding rains tonight and early tomorrow, just depending on where these rain showers materialize. You know, this is one of the things that can get difficult is pinpointing the exact spot without a big cold front, without a dry line, a distinct surface feature that essentially gives you an idea as to exactly where something develops. This is an upper level low to the west, a surface low to the east, and we've got a ton of Gulf moisture in place. And so until that low skirts out to the west, Cameron Baker, we've got a good chance of rain. Cibolo overflowing into Bulverde. Yeah, that's a river to watch. I mean, you know, this is going to be, it's under a warning right now. And let me catch you guys all up on our current warnings because there are so many. For Ingram, Holly, you know, can't say 0 chance, but it's not expected, no. It's not expected to be tornadic, just like this morning's tornado. Not expected, but that's a little tropical spin up. And I say little, but that one really was strong. That's why I'm thinking it could be EF2. I'm going to say at least an EF1. Thank you, Baron. God bless you too. Castle Hills, yeah, that was where the tornado at 7 o'clock funnel cloud last night. That was the first one. We had a total of 4, including this morning's tornado. And if you're just joining, let me show you a picture of that. The video is amazing. Here off Babcock next to Springtime Park, rain gauge over 5 inches. Tommy Boone, thank you for that report. That shows you that, you know, some of these rainfall amounts, when we look at them, let's look at them, just amazing when you consider how much has fallen in that area. And I believe it, Mr. Boone, because if we go in here, right, what did you say again? What was that number, Tommy? 5? And so that's northwest in between, right about there maybe? You're getting into that orange, 5.4. Because that's always good to match up, because what you're looking at right now, radar estimate, based on rainfall rate, and it's all algorithms. Look at that though, 15.5 inches Sabinal, almost 14 north of Uvalde. Just insane. All right, between New Braunfels, hi Nicole, and Seguin, getting better, you know, because again, east to west is how this system is going to be operating on where the rain develops in the next 24 hours. So I think from Seguin west improves, you know, a little bit tonight, but certainly by tomorrow afternoon, you should be done. But from San Antonio now, it's going to be more like tomorrow night. You know, you can get an isolated shower, but as far as a big flood threat, you'll be okay. You'll get a good drying. Hey, Peter, say, where will the flood water from Bernie flow into what river? That's going to be a tough one for me. I'm not sure. Let's, you know, because this flood right here, this flood warning for Bernie until 8:15, Cibolo Creek. It's Cibolo Creek. So you've got River Road completely underwater. Flash flood emergency has been declared for Bernie. A flash flood emergency in Bernie. All right, so I want to give you the communities. It's Bernie, Cascade Caverns, Scenic Oaks. Bernie, Cascade Caverns, and Scenic Oaks are the communities and locations experiencing flash flooding and need to be on higher ground if you are susceptible to any of that water. But look at all of these warnings, y'all. I can't tell you the last time I've seen this because I just don't know. I mean, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. warnings. 15? I mean, it's just extraordinary. And then the dark shaded counties that are filled in, flood watch until tomorrow night. Hey, Rebecca, need to drive to Rock Springs Saturday morning. You're fine. You're fine. I mean, keep an eye on TxDOT, and major roads, because that's what's going to maybe be, and stay on the major ones as much as you can. It's secondary roads and bridges. There still might be some issues Saturday morning because of flooding. But the rain's going to be done, so it could be okay. Hey, Courtney, Sam Marcus, yeah, getting much better. The I-35 corridor under warnings now. Be very safe. But as we get into tonight and tomorrow, by midday, east to west, I say Seguin, San Marcos, midday tomorrow, you should be in a much better situation. You'll also get isolated rain showers, yes, but the flood threat should diminish quickly tomorrow. Live in a mobile home, North Foster, East Houston. Grandma's in oxygen. Oh man, I'm so sorry, Jay. I know that's a scary situation, especially with parents who just cannot be as mobile as you'd like. And that is something we've got to watch, again, really closely. East Bexar County will be in better shape first. So, I pray for safety for Jay, his mom. Pray, Lord God, that you protect them, keep them safe. In your name. Hondo. Okay, seriously, Monica, this is from Hondo to Uvalde is going to be the hot spot through tomorrow because of how much rain has fallen, and you guys cannot take and afford another drop, and it's still coming. There's still going to be some heavy rain tonight and through a good portion of tomorrow. So again, the Highway 90 corridor, please stay weather aware. Vanessa, absolutely. God bless you. Thank you very much. Oh, I love it. Thank you. Those are the best. Sabinal, I think, I'm not sure, Cynthia. I'm not sure. Driving 1604 UTSA towards Austin today. Yes, I think, you're going to run into some pretty heavy rain right now. Let's get back to a live radar, shall we? So yeah, you can see it's tapering off. So I think if you're going to do it in the next hour or two, you might be okay. Stay on the main roads and just take your time. Take your time. Hello to say Kara. Yeah, we're going to still see some heavy rain tomorrow. Starting to taper off tomorrow night. Flood watch in effect. Remember, flood watch for all of Bexar County. You're welcome, Sarah. All right, we're going to continue here with a loop. And so make sure that, again, you stay tuned on all platforms. We've got live team coverage coming up first at 4, and we will keep you updated as necessary on KENS 5 television. Crawls on the bottom of your screen. Love y'all. God bless you. Stay safe. put eyes on it. This storm is near Calaveras Lake, about 7 miles east of Stinson Municipal Airport, and it's moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So putting in that parameter, and then we can do a cone and show you what we have on impact and areas that should be affected here shortly. Again, this is the spot northeast at 20. And we'll go in here and do a cone forecast and track this northeast. So right along the polygon, believing it would come together and stay together as it moves through this area, moving northeast right across Highway 181. We're going to East Central Heritage Middle School at 423, East Central Stadium 428. Then at 438, Fellowship Berean Bible Church, 441, Atkins, Texas. Then at 441 as well, River of Life Christian Fellowship, Annunciation School at 449. If it's holding together, this wouldn't be that it's a tornado this entire time. This would definitely be the storm. But I'm tracking because, remember, it could be some heavy rain you're experiencing already, especially some of the light rain. That's going to be near East Central. And, you know, the rainfall intensifying as you get up towards 1604. But I always want to track the hook. I always want to track where that rotation is so that you have an idea where that polygon is going to be and how it's going to move northeast. So, again, 423 East Central Heritage Middle School, East Central Stadium at 428 as it moves across Highway 181. If you are in this blue box, if you are familiar with this area of eastern Bexar County, again, here's downtown, Alamo Heights, and then we're just east of that area. China Grove, Elmendorf, heading out towards St. Hedwig. If you're in this polygon area, in this blue box, this is the time to enact your safety plan. It's the time to be on the lowest level of your dwelling. It's the time to be in a room that is surrounded by interior walls. On the other side of that wall, you're still inside. You want to be away from windows. If you're out and you're just hearing this, of course, you've got to stay put. You've got to find shelter. You've got to stay safe for at least the next 15 to 20 minutes. Most typical tornadoes, like the one we saw this morning, 8 to 9 minutes, maybe up to 10 minutes in its longevity. They don't last very long on average. That's not to say every storm is done in 10 minutes, but on average, it's 8 to 10 minutes. And notice again that this is a pretty good size polygon, and it's a warning that's in effect until 4:45. So again, let's show you the entire area. We can do this in another track formation that gives you more of a squall line look and covers a bit more area. Right into here, again, southern portion of the storm, what we call the rear flank downdraft. And now this whole area that is the possible rotation. Okay, and then we're going to take a look at those other factors in a moment. So East Central Middle School. East Central Heritage Middle School at 4:22 in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And that's plenty of time to get into a safe room away from windows, a room that's surrounded by interior walls. And again, I want to be praying for these people in the path of this storm, that, Lord God, your sovereignty would be here, that you, Lord, would protect everyone in the path of this storm, that you would give wisdom and clarity for families to seek shelter, that these plans would enact now, that people would reach out to those people in this affected area to give them the warning they need. In your holy name, protect us, Lord. This is East Bexar County. Notice where Kirby is. Notice where St. Hedwig is. And I really feel it kind of splits the difference with those being the uprights. It'll go right across 1604. This is, again, just south of Highway 87, just north of 181. Notice how it'll drop off now. Zool is showing up at 4:45, China Grove at 4:25, and that's only 4 minutes from now. But this warning in effect until 4:45 as we expect this storm to hold together. When you're east of downtown, you've got plenty of moisture and energy. You've got a lot more Gulf moisture to work with, and this will stay very heavy rain. But this tornadic thunderstorm, again, these tropical thunderstorms that are spinning up small tornadoes. You know, when we have the concern of tropical storms or even hurricanes and the squall lines come inland, almost every time there will be a tornado watch issued, because as those squall lines move on shore, these kind of tropical storms and will develop and produce small EF0, EF1 tornadoes. Word in from my producer is that we have a live camera shot of this affected area. We're looking over Calaveras Lake. You can see the rain shaft there right of the exhaust stacks of the CPS power plant. That's what you're looking at on the left. That's Calaveras Lake, and that's essentially Elmendorf in your foreground. So those are the rain shafts, and that is a pretty significant wall cloud. So you want to be looking for that formation, that V formation that drops out of these clouds. Great camera view, whoever lined this up. Thank you. This is our tower cam, and excellent, excellent. To zoom out a little bit, give you a look at this anvil-shaped thunderstorm. This is a mature mesocyclone storm that can produce, with little to no warning, a rear flank downdraft tornado. Sometimes it's, again, in most often cases, the backside of the storm that'll produce that vortex, and you see it drop right out of the sky. It'll first be a funnel cloud. If you saw a lot of the video we've been showing you of what happened at I-10 at the rim this morning, you'll see that swirl. You'll see that vortex of cloud really take shape slowly but surely, and then it can completely close off and become a wedge tornado and have that extreme inflow, that what we call suck zone, where everything around it gets sucked up into it and stays airborne within that vortex. I'm not seeing anything as we kind of pan across this low deck wall cloud, and notice that you can see what are called scud clouds. That's going to be a lot of what's dropping out of that main wall cloud, and then that's the rain shaft right there at 12 o'clock. That's going to be the rain shaft of very heavy rain. And then we're working towards the rear flank, right in there on the right side of your screen. And that's where we're going to watch if any kind of funnel would drop out of that region. That would be the spot. So right now there's rotation in the upper levels. That's what's always great about the technology that we have, is that we can spot the rotation within the thunderstorm's top dynamic, and then if it again is going to drop out of the storm or drop out of that cloud, you'll see it in a picture like this. So now when we can combine these two and look at the picture live, look at the radar screen, and you can tell that, again, we're looking now at rotation that's at the top of the storm instead of necessarily dropping out. So we don't have, this is a radar indicated rotation, we don't have a tornado on the ground. That's why when we can couple it with a live picture, it is extraordinarily better to at least have that much information. Notice how it's kind of bleeding out of the polygon spot. As we always say, respect the polygon. If you're inside of this area, always respect what we're looking at. Highway 87 cuts right through the center of the concerned area, but the spot that we're watching, that we were just looking at on camera, is right here. This is that rear flank downdraft. This is where tornadoes drop out. And again, at any moment, when you have this kind of rotation, it's almost as if it's trying to form, and it can just start that violent spin, and that vortex will drop right out of that low cloud. So let's get in here tight and show you once again what the velocity looks like, because as it broadens, okay, that's a good sign. You still see it. You still see the red and the green matching up. The gate-to-gate shear is there for sure, but it's definitely not tightening. I mean, when you see it really small in a really small area, that's an indication of a tornado for sure. So what we call this is a bit more of a broad area of circulation or rotation, and it's, again, south of China Grove. There's Buena Vista, there's Berg's Mill, that's Loop 410. Then we're going into downtown, Highway 87. So we're coming out of downtown 410. This is 1604 Eastern Bexar County. And then this line right here, the Guadalupe County line, as you start working your way towards Seguin, Texas. So the other indicator, as I mentioned, is going to be the debris indicator, and that is the correlation coefficient. And we really don't have a distinct area of airborne debris. What you would see if this was a tornado on the ground, we would see all this red and yellow, and embedded in there would be the blue. Instead, we see a lot of non-rainfall, so the rain is letting up even there north of Hilltop and Highway 87. Back to the radar screen, and again, tornado warning, just to reset the table here, until 4:45 on this cell that is in Eastern Bexar County. Off the top of this newscast, we saw this storm developing just south of China Grove, and I said this is eerily similar. Now there's another one. See the one that's coming in Elmendorf? That's just blooming now. So those are the ones we have to watch in this setup. Let me get a little more room on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. That cell right there, west of Floresville. And they're going to be marching up into Elmendorf, and it's going to be pouring down over that picture we just looked at, as a matter of fact. And so with that, you watch these little cells now, because again, this has been the behavior of these tropical storms, these tropical thunderstorms, not tropical storm in the sense of a named, tropical system. This instead, these are tropical produced, because we have an abundant amount of moisture from the Gulf. We've got an upper level low positioned off to our west and a surface low in the western Gulf. And we're kind of sandwiched in between two good little rainmakers. And a stationary front is pretty much washing out today. I'll be honest, I didn't look at the surface map, but that was the trigger point yesterday. But even without that, that becomes a surface focal point. That's why Uvalde, Hondo, Sabinal, upwards of 15 inches of rain, because that stationary front was just resting right on top of that spot. Well, that's pretty much fizzling out now. We're more concerned with this low, especially the upper level one to the west. It's got to drift west and get out of our area before we can really start rounding the corner and shifting back into a July weather pattern. Again, this is the polygon for the tornado warning in effect until 4:45, just east of downtown, within Bexar County, and again, just southwest of St. Hedwig. Notice that we're really starting to see this kind of flare out. That's a really good sign that we should see this tornado warning canceled. I would expect that. I don't see how they would continue this through the 4:45 hour, because it's really starting to relax a bit. The gate-to-gate shear, that's a good time now to take a look at what we have there and see whether or not that's letting up. It's still there just a bit. In fact, you see that little curl in the red, okay, and that green matching up on it. And so it's still a little bit of rotation. That's why we're not seeing this canceled right at this moment, but it could get canceled from the National Weather Service in New Braunfels. Remember, the New Braunfels office servicing San Antonio and Austin. Why not in one of those cities? Well, the better advantage, or the advantage I should say, is going to be outside of the city looking in. We have the, of course, radar out in New Braunfels. And because of that, you look into the city, almost like how you want to light a city where the population center is located, so that you don't have rain fade on your radar. You're looking in when the biggest, most dangerous storms like this one are impacting the residents of those big cities. You don't want the radar in this city, because then you could have rain fade, and now you cannot show people exactly what to look out for and how to stay safe. We're south of China Grove. We're concerned with right where that arrow's pointing, this area right here, where there's a little bit of gate-to-gate shear, a broad area of rotation is what we see. And it's, again, right in between Highway 87 and Highway 81. Right there is Elmendorf, here's St. Hedwig, and it's moving northeast at about 20 miles per hour. We can, again, in fact, from this product, show you where that's going to be heading, right across Highway 87 and moving at 20 miles per hour. What could, again, be rotation that could produce a tornado, should be at China Grove and 435. You're not worried about hail. It's not as though you have to get any vehicles inside or covered. This is, if you're in this blue box, this is the time to enact your safety plan. You have to have a safety plan ready to go, so that in the moment's notice, you're ready to go to the bathroom, is most often the best and safest room in your dwelling or in a building. Hallways, if you're in a building, because a lot of people are still at work and might actually be in in a business in one of these areas. Fellowship Berean Bible Church at 445, or Berean, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, but we love you. River at Life Christian Fellowship, Annunciation School at 455, Zool, the town of Zool, 509, and then Clemens School at 510. That's the rotation time. Remember, that doesn't mean that you're not getting heavy rain right now and torrential downpours and even dangerous lightning. This I'm tracking is the rotation, the broad area of rotation. That should be at China Grove at 435. And again, these locations over the next half hour. So now that we're at 4:30, Waiting to see if it's going to continue, but we do see that we definitely still have this tornado warning in effect as I said. Oh, I thought that was it right there. It was just kind of maybe realigned. Let's go back to radar and see what we've got there and tell whether or not that's a new polygon redrawn. And no, the time is the same. And let's take a look now at the information. It's moving northeast. This is new. Moving northeast now at 10 miles per hour. So the storm itself, and let me give you a little more room here. And then we're going to go to a live picture in just a moment. Let's stay on radar, Gilbert, for just a second. We've got a tornado, again, possibly located. Radar indicated rotation right over China Grove, about 8 miles now east of Stinson Municipal Airport, and moving northeast at only 10 miles per hour. So it's dramatically slowed. And we've got China Grove, St. Hedwig through about 435 to be the impact locations that we're most concerned with. It's just outside that polygon that we're seeing the heaviest rainfall now crossing Highway 87, but no real distinct marker of that hook echo or really of that gate-to-gate shear. Now there's a new fresh sweep, and you can see a little bit of that curl in there. That little couplet begins to try and form, but I have not seen a real distinct couplet on the velocity. And so without that, and you can see it right in there, it's a bit of a more broad area of rotation. So it's not as, again, concerned as we thought. Okay, so let's take a look now. Live picture, and we did have that wall cloud right over Calaveras Lake, and our camera that's in southeast Bexar County, our tower cam. And you can see the anvil, and from here, if we had a full-fledged tornado, this is where you're going to see it. And you can see a good rain shaft and definitely some heavy rain, but you can see a very mature thunderstorm, that anvil shape to it. Elmendorf, Texas, pretty much in your foreground. Left side of your screen is going to be Calaveras Lake, and there's the CPS power plant and the exhaust stacks in there. So what you're seeing, again, is these clouds drop out of that wall cloud. It's essentially scud clouds is what they are called, and they're not necessarily funnel clouds, a lot of times mistaken for it. But instead, you'll see that distinct wedge and that V-shaped funnel drop right out of that if it was indeed a tornado. Right now, again, it's not looking as though that is the case, but it's certainly something we're going to keep a very close eye on as we move into now 4:34. This tornado warning in effect for about another 11 minutes. And I mean, it's just now crossing Highway 87. New Sulphur Springs Road. We can get in tighter here and show you again the velocity product is going to give you the gate-to-gate shear area where we have this area in green, which is the winds that are moving towards the radar, and then the area in red where the winds are moving away from the radar. So where those match up is where you're getting spin, where you're getting rotation, and that's why we call it a radar indicated rotation that could lead to a tornado any second. New Sulphur Springs Road, here's South Foster Road and that intersection at Boltville, and then here's FM 1628. Notice this right here is Highway 87, so it's about to cross 87, and God be with anyone traveling on this. I mean, this is going to definitely be some serious winds. Any vehicles on here, that the Lord protects all those drivers that are on Highway 87. There you can see Atkins. But see, as again, without it really showing us a good couplet, we're not too concerned with a distinct area of rotation that could, again, be a tornado. Let's go back to radar, and I'll give you an idea of what we've got on the radar screen and how heavy this rain is. We're not concerned with hail, and we're not too concerned with this being a full-fledged tornado. We've been looking at a live camera on this spot, and we have not seen a funnel drop out of that wall cloud. Instead, we've just seen that gate-to-gate shear area, and not much more than that right now. So I want to take a look at what we have on, let's see, intensity, whether or not, okay. Boltville, China Grove. So now Boltville starting to see a little bit of an improvement, but the heaviest rain now starting to lift right out of China Grove. This is the spot that we're watching right over Highway 87 right now Again, tornado warning for the next 9 minutes on what is a possible, well, definitely rotation, and what could be a possible tornado at any minute. Now you have a better idea. Here's FM 1346, Cal Turner Drive at the top of your screen, East Houston Street, and then South Foster Net intersection getting some very heavy rain as well. China Grove is going to start seeing some of this rain let up. And you can see South Cross Boulevard. This is Loop 410, South WW White, New Sulphur Springs Road, right through Boltville, south of Highway 87. Here's Atkins, right side of your screen, as this storm is moving and just now slowing down, moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour. So the polygon really focused on areas from the storm east towards Atkins, because Atkins is in the tornado warning, but not really getting the impact. In fact, it's barely raining over Atkins right now. It's not even raining. This is very light precipitation. Then it gets very intense as you move into this spot that's going to be moving across 1346 here shortly. Tornado warning in effect for about another, what is that, about another 5 to 8 minutes now for this area of China Grove up to FM 1346. Moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour. It's going to change the timing on things, so I think it's important that we reevaluate and recalibrate so that we can see what the impact would be on timing. Because once we get outside of China Grove, it should be a little bit. I'm going to go right into where we could be seeing that gate-to-gate shear moving northeast at only 10 miles per hour. We're starting to get into an area that's a little less or a little sparsely populated coming up on 1604. And that's Fellowship Berean Bible Church at 458. So it's going to be a little while before that most intense part of the storm finds you. And that's, again, a little bit of a northeast twist, a little more of an east-northeast turn as it moves. Okay, that should be an update when you see that flash like that. And let's see what they're telling us now from the National Weather Service. Moving northeast at 15 miles per hour now. Capable of producing a tornado, radar indicated rotation. Nothing has changed there, but the storm is now 8 miles south of Converse. 8 miles south of Converse, right over China Grove, and moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So if we take a look at that property and update it to 15, let's see what we've got on our squall line tracking. Put a few more counties on here, or at least a little more real estate. And track right in here, just above what that rotation might be, that spot right there. And if we kind of line it with the polygon moving northeast at 15 miles per hour, see, now it's not even dropping any locations within that cone. Interesting. It's a really open area of eastern Bexar County. Not much in that polygon spot. That's good news. You know, that's the blessing of that tornado this morning. While we're here, let me just show you the most incredible video from 8 a.m. this morning of this tornado over I-10 at the rim. This is from Ken's 5 Eyewitness, Amelia Gomez. And see, just like the picture we were looking at, now you can see what we would see on that Calaveras camera, Calaveras Lake that being, and Elmendorf. So Amelia turns the camera, she starts driving, she's on I-10, turns the camera to the left. Watch what happens when she comes back. Boom, there it is. Blowing out transformers. And now you can see that swirl. You can see that vortex forming. This is incredible video. There it is. There's the tornado that went right across and did extensive damage across the rim. Oasis Apartments was severely hit. And she's on the opposite side. So she's on 10 eastbound going into town. Transformers are blowing. And there it is. You see the wall cloud continuing. Again, this was right around 8 a.m. I mean, I thought about just, again, thank God it wasn't Saturday afternoon at 2 or 3 p.m. and you have a densely populated rim shopping center, because there it is. Look at that. And you started seeing debris flying. And even talking to some folks, I was on the radio when this happened, I was like, man, what would you do if you're on that interstate? If you've got cars in front of you, cars behind you, know where to go, and this tornado takes a turn? Because that's what can happen. Tornado is something you might be able to see for a few minutes, but then all of a sudden it starts turning, and now it's heading towards me. I'm on this interstate with nowhere to go, and I'm in a vehicle. I'm on an overpass, because we're over, what is that, La Cantera Parkway. And so you've got to get under your vehicle. That's about the only advice I could think of. If you can think of a better, I think getting under the vehicle is the best. I would not want to stay inside the car risking those windows shattering because of airborne debris. Remember that the debris is very damaging. Everything that's sent up in the air and flying. I'm talking about, roof tiles and trees and tree limbs and pieces of metal, and that's what happened across that area, again, just off Interstate 10. So again, we're looking at this morning. I want to make sure you're aware that we're not looking at a live picture. That's from earlier this morning. Let's get back to live radar and what's happening right now. Why I'm on the air and why I'm covering up Jeopardy is a tornado warning in East Bexar County. It continues now for, well, just 2 more minutes. We'll be here to see if they allow it to expire. I cannot see why they would extend it. There is hardly any indication right now, on reflectivity anyway, of rotation. You see St. Hedwig, you see the rain beginning to let up a little bit at China Grove. A very heavy rain pocket is north of China Grove and Highway 87. The polygon's still there, the warning's still in effect. And as long as that's the case at KENS 5 television, we stay on the air. We stay on the air until this is over. We keep you ahead of the storm. The most important thing we do at KENS 5 is keep you and your family safe, keep you and your property safe when nature gets life-threatening. And that's what we're dealing with here. We've got this tropical setup that continues through tomorrow. This is the thing. We're still in this weather pattern through Thursday afternoon. A flood watch in effect for San Antonio, I-35 corridor, and all our communities to the west through tomorrow. Since we do have a little bit of a break and things are improving there, I want to show you this. Look at the amount of flash flood warnings. The region that we're just looking at, all flash flood warning of Eastern Bexar County. All these green polygons, green bordered, are flash flood warnings, all in effect through this evening. Okay, and the pockets we're most concerned with, 2 areas that we're watching most, is going to be Bernie as well as Uvalde. This is where we've seen copious amounts of rainfall. We're upwards of 13 inches at Bernie. We're upwards of 15 to 17 inches at Uvalde. Those are the 2 communities and areas that moving into Thursday, we have to watch very closely. And residents, you have to stay so weather aware from San Antonio north and west, because for the next 24 hours, we're still under the threat of life-threatening flooding. And notice that, again, the filled-in counties of green are the flood watch through tomorrow evening, but those polygons are going to be the warnings that we hope to see dropped by this evening, but I'm not so sure when I consider what is taking shape. Okay, we should now see this gone, and it is gone. Praise God. You'll notice that, again, we no longer have a tornado warning in effect, as this is still some very heavy rain, and a flash flood warning continues. Do not let your guard down. Still be very careful if you have to travel. I know we're getting into rush hour now, and this is going to be a dangerous area of 1604. This is I-35, and again, you got to be very, very careful. I'm sorry, this is I-10, isn't it? Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to have to zoom out. I'm in too tight. Yeah, that's I-10. And then 35 at the top of your screen now. This whole area is still under a flash flood warning. We're getting a nice break, and water's receding in downtown and areas of West Bexar County, so that's very good news. But we're going to kind of retool things now that we're getting to 4:45 and send you into some Jeopardy for about another 15 minutes, and then we've got full team coverage. An amazing video coming your way when it comes to what we've seen from this morning's damaging tornado at I-10 and the Rim. For now, God bless you, and we'll be back on KENS 5 News at 5.
Thank everybody for being here. We are dealing with and responding to a flood that is likely going to break records in Texas history. Our primary focus right now and throughout the remainder of this torrential rain is saving lives. To achieve that goal, I've already issued a disaster declaration for 59 counties across the state. We can also add more counties to that declaration as needed. To help save lives, there are more than 1,300 state personnel from more than 30 agencies that are already activated, including agencies like the National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, our Texas Game Wardens with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Department of Transportation, and so many others. More than 800 vehicles have been deployed, more than 75 boats, more than 20 aircraft, more than 30 state agencies are responding. Fortunately, so far, there's been no reported loss of life. We got to keep it that way. The problem we have is there's a big danger by anybody driving through rising water. There will be a lot of rising water over the next 24 to 48 hours. Or there could be dangers by people being close to rapidly rising rivers, which will also be occurring in many places in the affected region over the next 24 to 48 hours. Already, there have been more than 75 people who have been rescued. Fortunately, we had the assets in place to be able to make those rescues. We will continue to have assets available to make rescues. The best situation, however, is that people are not in a situation where they need to be rescued. Always just remember the simple slogan, turn around, don't drown. Let me be clear about something. Today and tomorrow, we face what was categorized as life-threatening catastrophic floods. I want to give you a comparison. The 4th of July floods last year had rainfall of 20.29 inches. The expected rainfall during this rainstorm is expected to be more than 30 inches. More rain than what occurred during the flood last year. The river basin that is most at risk is the Nueces River Basin and its various tributaries. If you happen to be near that river basin or its tributaries, put close attention to what you're doing. However, don't think, well, I'm not near the Nueces, I'm near some other basin. Don't think you're safe there. There are problems in a vast region that I will list for you. Tonight, there is a flash flood emergency in Kendall County until 8 o'clock. And there's a flood watch across pretty much all of south central Texas. There is a high risk of excessive rainfall in the area from Sonora to Del Rio, including Eagle Pass, over to Bulverde. Again, in these areas, there's already about 10 to 15 inches of rain already on the ground, and there's another 10 to 15 inches of rain expected through tomorrow morning. So in those regions, expect a lot of rain, a lot of water, and a lot of rising waterways. There remains a low threat of tornadoes in various areas that will be impacted by this. But again, our main concern is rising rivers. We've been working very closely with local officials across the entire affected region, and they say there are no unmet needs. We have received assistance already from the states of our neighbors, Louisiana and Oklahoma. We are grateful to them for assisting Texas at this time. And now I would like to turn it over to Chief Nimkid with the Texas Division of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Governor. I want to hit some of the highlights. This is a life-threatening rainfall event. It is not only the amount of rain that will fall, but it is very important the rate of fall. Meteorologists are reporting in some cases up to 3 inches per hour. It doesn't matter where you live in Texas. 3 inches of rain an hour will cause flooding. The far majority of the rescues that have taken place that the governor talked about are stranded motorists. Do not drive on the road where you cannot see the road. If there's water on the road, turn around, do not drown. And I'm going to tell you, I've had family members today that were driving to work, on roads and in construction areas where the water on those roads completely surrounded them. They were not driving through low water when they started. If you do not have to be out on the Texas roads right now in this impacted area, do your best to stay home or work from home. Our state resources will continue to support our local government partners. We are tied in with every open emergency operations center in the impacted area right now. The most important thing I need your help in getting to our citizens is listen to your local officials. Our teams are supporting them. They're ready to issue mandatory evacuation orders if and when the time comes, and we'll need your help in getting that message out, and we need a prepared citizenry to be able to take action. Shelters are ready to be opened if they are needed, and all the assets and resources will be there to support them. And I also want to thank our men and women out on the streets right now, all of those local first responders that have done more rescues than we have done put together. So thank you for their support and service. Keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And now General Seltzer with the Texas Military Department.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. The Texas Military Department is postured to support this storm response with 10 helicopters, over 750 personnel, and 100 military vehicles. These capabilities will be staged throughout the affected area, and their purpose is to conduct ground and air evacuation and search and rescue. It's very important to note that we train for this throughout the year. For example, our helicopter crews work on a monthly basis with Texas Task Force 1 rescue swimmers to ensure we're proficient in search and rescue. Additionally, just last May, Texas Military Department hosted an extensive multi-day search and rescue exercise that had 87 aircraft from not only us, but our interagency partners. So again, I'd like to reiterate, we are postured to respond and ready to support the state of Texas.
Thank you very much. And now with the Texas Department of Transportation, Jessica Butler.
Thank you, Governor. TxDOT crews started responding on Sunday evening and have continued to respond throughout the event, monitoring roadways, placing barricades, and closing roadways in coordination with law enforcement. They will continue 24-hour shift work in impacted areas until the storms are clear. Hundreds of TxDOT personnel are engaged in responding to this event across multiple districts, including Austin, Beaumont, El Paso, Laredo, San Antonio, San Angelo, and Odessa. We do have additional districts actively engaged in preparation activities, monitoring the storm very closely as it shifts. In addition to the crews within those impacted districts currently, we have additional regional crews that are being actively staged in San Antonio area, poised to help respond if additional personnel are needed. Additional portable message boards with cameras are also being deployed to impacted areas and staged in strategic locations to help improve visibility, monitoring, and communication. At the peak this afternoon, there were 114 roads impacted by flooding. I do want to emphasize that that number is highly variable over time. With the amount of rain that we're receiving, for the best information, you need to check drivetexas.org for the latest and greatest conditions. Safety is our #1 priority, and it is a team effort. We continue to push critical safety messages. We appreciate your support in pushing these critical safety messages as well. We ask drivers to stay weather aware throughout this storm, as you already heard before. If you don't have to go out on the roadway, we encourage you not to be out on the roadway in a storm like this. If you have to be out on the roadway, please make sure you're checking drivetexas.org ahead of time. And of course, we encourage you to turn around and don't drown. Any amount of water that you see standing, we do not encourage you to drive through that. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you very much. We'll take some questions.
I know that a lot of Texans turn off those emergency government alerts on their phones and don't therefore get iPause alerts. Anything you can say to them going into tonight?
So if you're not getting alerts, just be aware of what's going on. If you're in the regions that are located on this map, which is about a quarter of the state or more, know that you're going to be facing life-threatening water. That if you're driving around, especially in the dark, you could easily put yourself in a position where you could lose your life. You don't need a further alert than what you're getting right now. Be aware of your surroundings. We're getting maybe record-setting rain over the next 12 to 24 hours. So be aware of that. Let me emphasize something else, and that is that even though there will be less rain on Friday and even Saturday, doesn't mean the rivers will stop rising. The rivers will continue to rise because of all the rainfall that's been delivered to the ground that works its way into the water system. So even if the sky turns blue, doesn't mean that the rivers will stop rising.
Governor, do you believe Texas is better prepared for major flooding events now compared to previous disasters?
I'd say we're better prepared than we have ever been to deal with weather events in general, but rainfall events and flooding events in particular. And you see that by the fact that, fortunately, there have been no lives lost. We work to continue to achieve that. But I think, Texans themselves are weather aware, and they're conscious of the severity of what can happen with the amount of rainfall that we're getting. And I think most Texans are being responsible and taking action needed to save their own lives.
Governor, a quick aside about you haven't announced a new pick for Secretary of State yet. Do you anticipate that the new secretary will help in the goal of closing primaries? And what is Nate Shasline's role in all that?
Sure. Happy to answer that. Let's stay on topic first, and I'll come to you after all the on-topic questions are exhausted.
Can you give a little more information about how you are working with local governments?
Sure. So they have a variety of different needs based upon what's happening in their location. It could be a need for rescues. It could be for helping evacuations. It could be nursing homes, different things like that. It could be access to clean water or places where people can stay for the next 24 hours, things like that. But you may have more information about what you're dealing with as you're responding to the local officials.
Thank you, Governor. So any city or county, any counties that have an emergency operations center open, the agencies represented here have staff in those local emergency operations centers. That's how tight the coordination is between our organizations.
Sure.
The state's been working with counties and cities to get some further alerting systems, including sirens after the floods last year. We called a bunch of those counties and cities today, and a lot of those are not in place yet. Anything you can say about what kind of urgency the state is trying to get those systems in place with?
Well, so there should be sirens that are up and running in the Guadalupe River area around all those campgrounds. I know that was absolutely required, and I thought they were up and running that location. There are other river basins, obviously, across Texas. And over time, we will ensure that sirens and other warnings are going to be available.
Governor, while this is obviously a different threat than last year's floods, you did mention that it's supposed to be more rain than we got last year. Can you talk a little bit more about just what the state is doing to ensure that something like that doesn't happen again, especially as some people are still rebuilding their homes from last year's flood?
Sure. So the flood last year was in almost a canyon-type area as opposed to something that may be more flat land and things like that. So it resulted in such a fast rise of water. I've heard something like 26-foot rise in 45 minutes. I don't think we'll see that type of rise in what we'll be experiencing over the next 24 hours. However, there will be flooded rivers that'll be very dangerous. Bottom line is we got to make sure, regardless of the region, that both the state and local officials are informed and prepared and ready to respond to whatever may be coming their way right now.
I guess what's the biggest challenge that emergency crews are dealing with on the ground?
I'll be honest with you. The biggest challenge is making sure Texans are aware of what's going on. That's how you all can play such a very important role. If every Texan is aware of what's going on and realizes they can protect themselves over the next 24 hours, everything's going to work out just fine. Go back to your question again.
Yeah, of course. So unrelated, but you haven't yet announced your pick for Secretary of the State. Do you hope that the new secretary will assist with closing primaries? And then what is Nate Shasline's role?
Right. So there will be an announcement of a new Secretary of State here in the coming weeks. And listen, the primary goal is very simple, and that is to ensure that the elections that take place this year will be conducted flawlessly, and make sure that every vote cast counts, but that only legal votes are cast. And Texans deserve an election system they can have trust and confidence in, and that's exactly what the next Secretary of State will be responsible to achieve. Thank you all very much.
Yes, yes, I got it. Thank you. Okay, so here we go. Well, let's take a look. Again, you see the polygon. Respect the polygon always, and make sure that you're aware of where you are in relationship to this. I want to take a look at velocities and see where we are with that, and whether or not we've seen the gate-to-gate shear that we need in order to indicate some severe or significant rotation. So again, you can see I was still in that same viewing area of where we were at 4:30, because it was up until about 4:45. So now we're looking at where green meets red. And you can see where it is. Again, here's Highway 87, here's 1604, and we're just south of 87. So it's, again, right in this spot, generally speaking, that we've got the gate-to-gate shear, where the green is meeting the red, where the towards the radar site winds are meeting up with the away from the radar site winds. Because, again, if one's moving towards, that's where you get the rotation. That's where you get the spin. And that's what we're seeing right here. It's called gate-to-gate shear. And then again, Elmendorf and Livonia are going to be in the impact region. Now, the other tool that we use is what's called correlation coefficient. When the National Weather Service installed the most up-to-date radars years ago, these were the kind of things that we were able to see with different radars. Now, this was, again, same area, just a little jog to the east as to where this vortex is possibly forming. Now, we're looking embedded here in the green, you can see, to yellow and red are going to be the rain. What the correlation coefficient does is find what is not liquid within the liquid. So disregard the multicolored area. We're looking at where this thunderstorm is, and that's what this is, all of the water with that storm. And you can see right in here, see this little green? This is what you look for. Now, green's awfully close, okay? You want to get more to this color, and you start getting the blues, and that's when you have a distinct area of debris that's airborne, non-liquid, that is definitely getting sucked up in the inflow of a tornado. What we call the suck zone, you've probably heard that referred to as. Well, that's what we're saying. This is 1604. This is Highway 87, and this is the spot right in here that, again, could be the rotation and could be indicating a tornado. Tornado warning, just to kind of give you an idea of where we are. Livonia, St. Hedwig, here's China Grove, Elmendorf, and there's the cell. Now, what's different about this cell that was unlike the last one, you can see a better signature of what we call that hook echo right in here. See that? That's where we get dangerous. That's right where that water's being whipped, and that's why you get that shape on what's called reflectivity. That's what you're looking at. Nice little cluster of lightning, but not the primary concern. We're watching for this rotation to tighten. We're watching for that debris signature. We're watching for, of course, also that real good couplet of gate-to-gate shear. The gate-to-gate shear wasn't very distinct, so that's encouraging, I'll say that. And this is very similar to how the other storm was behaving near China Grove. It showed this rotation, always enough to trigger a tornado warning. That's the beauty of this technology, because years ago, in order to get a tornado warning issued, you had to have someone actually spot it. And it couldn't just be someone. It had to be law enforcement or a trained weather spotter from the National Weather Service. Well, with dual polarization radar, that's the new radars that, of course, are part of our National Weather Service network of radars across the United States, all owned by the United States government, all actually owned by you and me, the taxpayers. But dual polarization gives us those kind of weather tools of correlation coefficient to show you debris. It also gives you the different velocity reads that we were just looking at too. And it enhances this because now you can look at things in 3D, like what I'm about to show you. We can slice this storm right in the middle, right in here, and just see what kind of height we're looking at. Let's zoom this out, and we're looking at a storm that is over 30,000 feet in height. That's miles from the surface up, right? What, 5,700 feet is 1 mile. So you're looking, I'm doing public math, so forgive me and give me some grace here, but what is that, about 5 miles up? And that's not the tallest storms we see in South Texas. We get hail producers that are upwards of 45 to 55,000 feet. So this one, again, this is the kind of technology when you have dual polarization that can, again, give you an idea as to what we have and what is happening. Okay, we just got a new warning update on that. So what's important here is to go to that information and see exactly what it's going to tell us. So the velocity, again, let's take a look and make sure that gate-to-gate shear hasn't improved. And it hasn't. It's a broad area of rotation, but it's about to cross Highway 87. The other one, I tell you, it was right here. I mean, this is just eerily similar path. Just a mile probably separates the path between those two. And this is, again, moving northeast. So let's take a look at what we have on the information that was just updated. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Calaveras Lake about 10 miles northwest of Floresville, moving northeast at only 10 miles per hour. Very slow-moving cell. Radar indicated rotation. And St. Hedwig could be seeing some of the impact as early as about 6:05. Again, this warning until 6:15, 30 minutes from now, which is a pretty long warning. But considering what we have and what we've seen, we've got to be aware. And notice it just goes right across the county line. This is here, Stockdale, Lavernia. Those are in Wilson County. Floresville is going to be just off the screen to the south there. And then this is now formed and moving northeast at only 10 miles per hour. So let's stop it where it is, and let's go ahead and track what communities are going to be impacted by this storm as it continues northeast. So we're going to the cone, we're going at 10 miles per hour, and now we're moving it right where the vortex is, okay, or possible vortex will form. And again, moving northeast, we'll keep it in line with how the cone, or I should say polygon, is. And now the cone's going to give us some of our locations. Okay, so 612 Oak Crest Intermediate School. Of course, that building should be empty. We've got Atkins, Texas, 636. River of Life Christian Fellowship at 636. Annunciation School, 649. St. Hedwig, 650. Normally, it won't go to the 7 o'clock hour, and we're still dealing with rotation on this cell, but it's something we keep an eye on. And you notice that, again, in the first half of this blue box, these communities would definitely be impacted by what could be that rotation. I think they'll definitely see the very heavy rainfall, the cluster of lightning. But as it crosses over Highway 87, starts moving up towards Annunciation School, this is the time to prepare. If you or you're near, if you're in one of these communities, this is your time to seek shelter. This is your time to take cover. This is your time to enact the safe plan you have for your family. It's getting to the lowest floor of your dwelling, your home, or your building, wherever you are, making sure that every wall around you is an interior wall, one that still is inside on the other side of it. That's why it's usually a downstairs bathroom that is the safest room in a home or even a building. Normally in a building, hallways are going to be the safest because they're away from windows. You're protected by the hallways walls. Now, keep in mind, too, that you want to be away from windows and the flying debris that is associated with these tornadoes. That's one thing we saw with this morning's tornado. I mean, there was a lot of flying debris in the form of tree limbs and even small trees that came up out of the parking lot of the Palladium Theater. And then you had pieces of roof that came off the Oasis apartment complex, as well as Bass Pro Shop and the Palladium Theater. I mean, all that area of the rim, there was a lot of flying debris flying right across I-10. And so that's something that you have to be alert of, because that's why you want to be away from windows. Any of that airborne could be flying right through a window. And keep in mind, the wind speeds in most of these tornadoes in an EF0 to EF1 are upwards of 100 to 120 miles per hour on average. So an EF0 could be winds under 100 miles per hour, but that could still do some significant damage. We haven't had a classification on the tornado from the rim this morning, but a survey will be done, and the National Weather Service will be issuing that report probably by tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow afternoon, or even on Friday. So Zool, by maybe 7:22, could see this storm hold together as it again crosses over Highway 87 and moves northeast at about 10 miles per hour. It's a very slow moving cell, but we do have radar indicated rotation right at the back side of it, because that's where we normally see these tornadoes form. It's what's called the rear flank downdraft, and it's typically right in this region of the cell that we see these funnel clouds develop and drop. So if we could go to our tower cam shot, and if somebody can get on the controls of that, You know, we can probably take a look at this towards Elmendorf. We have a camera atop our tower, our broadcast tower. This is it. And you can see the rain falling. But if we can zoom out a little bit, I don't know if you're at the controls. Yeah, perfect. If we can pan and then see where we are and get an idea. Okay, we're going to see part of our broadcast tower there in Elmendorf. That's where this camera is located. It's probably going to stop soon. No? You're going to still be able to pan. Okay. Very good. Here we go. Seeing this low wall cloud, but not seeing too much in the form of a funnel. And that's a good sign. This is what we did earlier because, again, same exact area. That's pretty much Elmendorf in your foreground, what you see green on the bottom of your screen. Okay, well, right into there. It's not looking too bad. And you can see it's a high-def camera, so you'll notice those are raindrops in high definition. All right, getting a bit of a better hook on this. Let's take a closer look at this radar now, because what I'm seeing is right in here. Bit more of a well-defined hook is forming. This is what I'm talking about. When you get this little notch, this is what you don't want to see. Okay, this is what you don't want to see. These are the kind of notches that are indicating, that, again, that rotation inside this cell, just by looking at reflectivity. So what you want to do is match this up with the velocity map and graphic, because that's the important thing that'll show us, again, what we have. Tornado warning, that information may have just been updated. Let's take a look. Northeast of 10 miles northwest of Floresville. Looks to be about the same information. Adkins and Parita. Adkins and Parita are the two communities that are mentioned as impact spots. Adkins and Parita. If you are in or around those areas, please take cover, enact your safety plan. If you know someone in Atkins or Parita, please give them a call. They could be watching something on a stream channel and be completely unaware. And it's just raining outside. It's more than raining. We've got to be taking cover if we're inside this polygon and respecting what is happening. This could be just like what we saw this morning at the rim. This is the way these tropical thunderstorms have been behaving. Just like a squall line, when the hurricanes come on shore and those squall lines come ashore, how often have you seen it where there's going to be a whole region under a tornado watch? Because embedded in those tropical squall lines are thunderstorms like these that spin up these little EF0s and EF1s. They're normally not going to be the big EF3s or EF4 wedge tornadoes you see in North Texas or Oklahoma. Instead, these will be the smaller EF0 spin-ups. But as we saw, one ripped through the Rim Shopping Center, doing extensive damage to several buildings and structures there. Okay, so let's look at velocities and see whether or not we're seeing a significant gate-to-gate shear in that same spot. And not too much. I mean, there's a couple of areas, but it really doesn't look too bad. Arrows right on it, and you can see that these winds are moving towards the radar site, and the red around it is pretty wide and broad. So again, small area, but we're still watching closely. If you see a significant, and you can even sometimes see a real good what we call couplet form with this, then you definitely have a tornado. The debris signature, the debris detector, if you will, hasn't really shown much. I mean, not much more than rainfall. You don't see any blue embedded in here, or even the green. You would see a distinct block. I mean, we saw it this morning. We saw it this morning with the tornado over the rim. South of 87, and again, we're in eastern Bexar County. If you're familiar with where St. Hedwig, China Grove, Santa Clara is at the top of your screen, Stockdale to the east, you'll see this is just one isolated storm that's out there. Look. This is it. There are no other severe thunderstorm warnings or other tornado warnings, but multiple flash flood warnings across San Antonio and some spots out to the west into the hill country. And those are in effect through tonight, and a flood watch through tomorrow night. And that's why we still have a great deal of area in this region under a flood threat. And even Bernie and Uvalde, Hondo to Uvalde, flood emergencies in those regions, especially Bernie. A lot of Bernie is underwater right now, and we've got to watch very closely. So again, that little notch was beginning to form. Just to kind of reset the table here, tornado warning until 6:15, so we're coming up on about 20 minutes away from that. And notice again that we've got that little signature hook, but it's not a real distinct spot. I mean, it's not a real distinct area of what we're seeing, and the velocity is not truly indicating a gate-to-gate shear that we have to really get concerned about. Rainfall rates are pretty impressive within these storms, almost 2 inches per hour. Look at that, 3.5, 3.4. And there's no hail in this. A lot of times when you have hail, you'll have these numbers kind of thrown off when hail's falling. At least, let me just take a look. I mean, you never know. The computer could be estimating some hail with this. We can take a look at the hail tracker just to confirm. Again, this cell in eastern Bexar County. Okay, a little bit of hail actually showing up. Look at that. Just a brief moment there. Where was it? Right there. Look at that. 0.9, so that's almost 1 inch diameter, of course, about the size of a quarter. Okay, I mean, I stand corrected. But it surely didn't last long. Notice how it went away pretty quickly. Interesting. All right, tornado warning in effect until 6:15. This is going to be eastern Bexar County into Wilson County, about 10 miles northwest of Floresville, Texas. And what we have is a pretty good area of a distinct hook echo right in here, a little bit of a notch trying to form, just curling right in there. And you can see again, here's Calaveras Lake, okay? This is Mitchell Lake. No, that's Brawnig, sorry. That's Brawnig Lake, that's Calaveras Lake. And here's 181 that takes you to Floresville, and then here's 87. And again, exact, well, not exact, but very close. I mean, only maybe a mile or two different path, because the last tornado warning we had was south of China Grove right here and moved right up and just kind of brushed off to the east of China Grove. Nothing confirmed on that tornado. It was the exact same scenario where we could see the signature of rotation enough to trigger a tornado warning, because at least if you're seeing rotation, one could be trying to form. And if we take a look, let's go back to that live camera over Calaveras Lake. What we could determine by looking at this without seeing a distinct funnel cloud coming out of these clouds, a low wall cloud that is over Elmendorf and Calaveras Lake, then you know. I mean, if you're not seeing that vortex, if you're not seeing that funnel, then you know that this is probably upper level rotation. It's rotation that's at the top of the storm, because when you get that little hook, that's the radar picking up the water that's being whipped around in the top of the storm. And so that's enough rotation to say, okay, there's a tornado trying to form. We could see a funnel cloud, a full-fledged tornado at any moment, or it just stays upper level and dissipates. Because in most cases, these kind of rotation storms and these kind of scenarios, if it is a full-fledged tornado, it's usually 10 to 12 minutes in length, in longevity. It just doesn't last too long. Can we get that camera shot back up over Calaveras Lake? If we do, just go ahead and pop it up, and let's take a look at what we've got out there. It's pretty socked in. We're looking at the broadcast tower, and you can see that low cloud. Now, the visibility not as good as we had last hour, but we do have a rainbow. Praise God. Look at that. Right corner of your screen. A nice rainbow right there. But you can see the dark, low-hanging cloud there, and you want to look for the funnel to come out of that. And so you can see just how distinct that is despite the lower visibility because of that rainfall that's on it right now. All right, back to radar, and let's take a look at this in motion. Oh, wait, we were just getting ready for a pan there. This storm developed right over Atascosa and Wilson counties. I mean, it was really kind of more Wilson County. And once again, it was the first storm we looked at and was really sticking out off the top of the show. Exact same scenario at 4 p.m. Saw this little storm developing south of China Grove. We looked at it at the top of the show. I said, I got to keep an eye on this one. Sure enough, by 4:15, it was under a warning for a tornado. Same exact scenario once again. The top of the 5:30 half hour on KENS 5 Plus. That's our KENS 5 Plus newscast that we're on. Right at the top, 5:30, we look at radar, and I see this storm developing. I said, boy, I got to track that south of Elmendorf, keeping an eye on that one. And then within about 10 minutes, there we go, with a tornado warning. And again, this storm showing signs of rotation. So every one of these isolated storms has been behaving the same, in a sense that it's getting enough wind energy, and it's starting to, again, get a little bit of that upper level rotation started, and enough to trigger these tornado warnings. So this counts 1, 2, so this is up now of 6 tornado warnings. Not that there were 6 tornadoes. We had a funnel cloud at 4:10 in Blanco. We had a tornado rip through the rim early this morning at 8 a.m. So there's 2. Then the first one that includes the first one last night. And then we had Uvalde at 1:15 a.m. We had Hondo at about 5 to 6 a.m. And then, of course, the San Antonio one. So this one makes 5. This one makes 5. Right over 1604, right over the county line, tri-county area, if you will, because this is Guadalupe County right here. This is Wilson County that probably, Wilson County pretty much owns most of this polygon. And then you've got extreme eastern Bexar County near St. Hedwig. So here's Stockdale. You see Floresville at the bottom of your screen. Velocity, okay, that's showing a little bit of a better rotation right there. That's why this warning's not going anywhere. We're at 6 p.m. and we're going till 6:15. This is showing a little bit of a better sign right here of, again, distinct red is going to show you the winds that are moving away from the radar site, and then the distinct green, the winds that are feeding into the radar site. And where those two meet up is where you get that rotation, that little bit of a spin. And this is probably one of the better signatures that I've seen out of this cell. There's a fresh sweep there. It did not improve too much. Purple doesn't matter much. We're really looking at that green and red. It's still what we would consider broad area of rotation, not a tight area. And the tighter it gets, the more threatening it becomes, because then you're really looking at the possibility of an actual tornado. This, again, is showing a little bit of a broad, not to say that it won't be, but I'm just saying that when you start seeing that real tight wrap, you're definitely looking at a tornado. This instead is showing a bit more of a broad that could be just the rotation in the top of that 30,000-foot thunderstorm that's out there. Again, about 30,000 feet, and see, it matches up with that more impressive velocity signature. Is a bit more of an impressive hook echo that I'm noticing right there. So let's get in here tight and show you exactly where this is, and the biggest part of, or the biggest area of concern. It's right on the county line. I mean, it's right on the county line. So let's see what we've got. FM 775 off to the east, 1604. It looks like a very rural area of eastern Bexar County and western Wilson County. Moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. I'm sorry, 15, right? Okay, that improved. It didn't get any more distinct in its hook formation, which is always a good sign. Okay, there's an update. So let's take a look at what the National Weather Service has to say. Northeast at 10 miles per hour, about 12 miles now northwest of Floresville. Again, located right near Calaveras Lake, just off to the east of it. Because again, that's Calaveras, and that's Mitchell Lake, just off to the west of Elmendorf. The big V-shaped one is Calaveras. So St. Hedwig, Lavernia, Atkins, Parita. Those are the 4 communities of most interest here with this cell. And again, northeast at 10 miles per hour. So let's make sure we're at 10. And let's track. I want to track right into there where that vortex might be. And northeast is going to be a bit of a jog in this direction. Let's see what we get. Lavernia High School and the town of Lavernia. So 6:49, I mean, not for nearly an hour would it move into a community area. Of course, Lavernia at 6:51 is a town that, would of course be impacted. The high school might just stay off to the east of where this storm is. Not to say there wouldn't be a little bit of a jog in that direction and it takes a direct hit. But this is, again, the most concerned area of the storm, right back into that little bit of a hook that we're seeing, not very well defined, but one for sure that we keep an eye on that has obviously got us under this radar indicated rotation and tornado warning until 6:15. St. Hedwig, China Grove, just outside 1604, eastern Bexar County, western Wilson, and then this is Guadalupe County. So we're looking at a tri-county region right along Highway 87. South, this is going to be I-10 at the top of your screen right here. 181, the highway at the bottom of your screen, that takes you right into Floresville, Texas. Debris signature, debris detector has been pretty quiet. Haven't seen any distinct areas of debris. You would show up blue or at least green right in the middle of that red. Disregard all the multicolors on the left side and the bottom of your screen. What we're looking at is a storm right in here. You can actually see the polygon outline right there. See it? And so we're looking right in here, and it's just not showing a distinct sign of debris airborne. And so that, of course, being some pretty good news. So a little bit of hail with this that was nearly 1 inch in diameter. And as I see this reflectivity in the way that these scans are updating, that's encouraging that we're not seeing a better definition of that hook echo. Instead, we're seeing the opposite, where we're kind of losing that hook and it's kind of elongating itself a little bit more. That's a good sign. Very heavy rain, upwards of 3 to 3.4 inches per hour coming down on this. This is why the flooding happens so quickly, because again, you get this kind of a thunderstorm, and remember how we're slanted. The topography of this area is such that off the Edwards Plateau, the Balcones Escarpment, it goes straight down. I mean, we're a city on a hill, and so it's always raining downhill. And when you're raining at 2 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates, that raining downhill leads right to runoff, leads right to flooding within 2 hours of the rainfall starting. So that's why it's called flash flooding as opposed to just flooding. A flash flood means it happens within hours of the actual rain beginning. While we're talking about that, I do want to show you, because again, this is our most important situation, but while we're here, this is also very important. Thousands of lives being threatened with this Bernie flooding. And then from Hondo into Uvalde. Those are the two regions that we're really concerned with moving into Thursday, because any additional rains, we're upwards of 14 inches of rain now in Bernie and southwestern Kendall County, and then about 14 to 15 inches in this corridor between Hondo, Sabinal, and Uvalde. So any additional rains here, and it does not take much. I mean, 1/2 inch of rain will do incredible damage and present a number of big flooding problems, because there's nowhere for that water to go. Keep in mind, we go back to April, right? We go back to April, May, June, and those 3 months tallied up nearly 20 inches of rainfall. So now here we are in July, and we're pretty saturated. Our absorption rate is pretty low. And so when this rain falls, it goes right to runoff. It's putting water on an already wet sponge. There's just nowhere for that water to be absorbed. And so it goes right to runoff. It runs right off that sponge. And that's why we get this kind of flooding situation with little or no rain. I remember it was yesterday, the rain had just started in north central Bexar County, and within literally 90 minutes, we're under a flash flood warning that extended all the way till what was about 11:15 last night. And then the counties to our west, I mean, Hondo and Uvalde, you know, Medina and Uvalde counties, that was extended early. I mean, about 11:45 or midnight, I did an update to tell you that we're going till 8 a.m. all the way through the overnight on those warnings, and they're still in effect now. We're coming up on 24 hours that those areas west of the city that have received a foot of rain have been under a flash flood warning. That's why, again, if we get any more rain just west of San Antonio on that Highway 90 corridor, we're going to be in big trouble. Again, just resetting the table. I'm on the air here because of this tornado warning. This is in effect until 6:15, so we've got about another 11 minutes on this. Or no, I'm sorry, another 6 minutes on this, and we'll see if it's going to be expired. I don't see it getting canceled because now, look at that. It starts to show signs again of that little bit of a hook echo. See, what storms like to do, pulse up and pulse down. We're not seeing that necessarily here, but sometimes you'll see a storm weaken a little bit. That's what's happening here, and then strengthen back up, tighten again. Okay? And it's just a bit of a, like a living, breathing organism, you know, where there's an inflow, that updraft, and then an outflow, that exhale. And that's what these storms do. And on each of those passes, each of that inhale, exhale moment, if you will, you get strengthening, you get weakening. And sometimes it's dramatic. Sometimes that storm will almost like weaken completely and then fire back up when it hits another little pocket of instability. That's what can happen with these thunderstorms. It's not happening here, but I'm just saying that this is behaving in a bit of that fashion, in the sense that it's, again, just relaxing a bit of that tightening, but now it just tightened back up a little bit more, and that's why I don't see the Weather Service canceling this, instead holding it together. This is holding together a little bit longer than the one, its predecessor, that was in the same region at 4:30. I want to stop this right where it is, and again, show you what I'm talking about, right in this little notch, this little guy right here. That's going to show you that water is being whipped around at the top of the storm. And when we talk about the top of the storm, I mean, we can slice this and show you that we're talking about a pretty tall storm. I mean, not that region, that stops at about 20,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get this back to a different view and slice it here. Yeah, it's not too bad now. Earlier it was upwards of about 35,000 feet. Again, miles high. That's what's always incredible about these systems. They can get really tall. The big hail producers, like when we start getting baseball size hail, or like in 2016 when we had softball size hail, those are 55,000 foot storms, 60,000 foot storms. I mean, upwards of like 5 to 6 miles high. I mean, just think about that for a minute. From the surface up, 5 to 6 miles, one thunderstorm. Nature is mind-blowing. The power of nature is mind-blowing. Okay, again, that notch showing up. Let's get back to velocities. Okay, there's a bit of a better couplet right there. Now, this broad area of rotation is right here. That's within the polygon. But I'm looking right over here. See that? That's what you kind of want to look for. Now, it's just a random little spot outside of the storm. But if we saw something like that in the storm, that would be the concern, where you get that real good tight wrap of gate-to-gate shear. They say, well, why wouldn't that be one right there? Well, because that's not even where it's raining necessarily, see? Because we were just looking at this region right here. So it's just kind of an anomaly on that velocity product. Real storm is right there on the line within the polygon. And again, splitting the uprights of Lavernia, China Grove, and heading right into St. Hedwig. So I'm telling you, St. Hedwig, prepare for this storm. Right now is the time to take cover. Right now is the time to have your safe room. Bring your family in there right now. Bring your phone with you, bring your tablet with you, have a sense of communication, or a method, I should say, not sense, but a method of communication with you so that you know where this storm is headed, and you continue on the KENS 5 app. That's why you download the KENS 5 app, so you can have it in the palm of your hand in your safe room, away from windows, surrounded by interior walls. I always also suggest bike helmets and shoes. Bike helmets and shoes. Flying debris, protect your head. The most valuable part of your body, right? Your brain. Protect your heart, protect your head. Then Shoes, because if you get windows blown out and you're in that bathroom in only socks or barefoot, you're walking out to a living room, a dining room, a bedroom of broken glass. So make sure you put shoes on or just bring them with you at least. Because chances are, if that tornado and these kind of winds, okay, we've got another warning embedded in there. Look at that. You see what just happened? So this now, 6:15, hold on one second. Till 7. Okay, that's what I thought. It's a new warning until 7 p.m. See what they've done? See the second polygon? Let me just take the radar off for a moment. And there's a new polygon now until 7 that extends farther north to include I-10 and go all the way up to Santa Clara, right through St. Hedwig. And so this is a brand new tornado warning on top of the existing one that's about to expire in 1 minute. So now this is extended another 45 minutes on this same cell moving north and more or less into eastern Bexar County. So there goes the update. And again, because of that tightening, that little bit of tightening is what I think I'm seeing here. And maybe it's that new couplet too that we were looking at. Let's see. Radar back. There's a new lightning strike. But really not an impressive hook echo by any means. Okay, so we'll look at that view, but let's get back to velocity now. Yeah, not a real defined gate-to-gate shear area for sure, because we're right over 1604 at Highway 87. And you look at the time of day, and there are just a lot of people that would be traveling in this area, traveling home for the evening, traveling to work. St. Hedwig, China Grove, right over Highway 87, right at 1604. Number of motorists here. So Lord, I pray for protection. God, your sovereignty is what we lean into in moments like this. That drivers stay aware, stay alert, that you give them wisdom. Bless these drivers with wisdom. Keep them safe. Put angels around them of protection as they travel. Thank you, Lord. We're just going to get you home safely. This will be lasting for another 30 minutes at least, it looks like. So if we even stay on this product and move it northeast, let me make sure on the warning before we track on exactly what parameters we're looking at. It's going to be a live radar sweep coming up. Southwestern Guadalupe, north central Wilson, east central Bexar. So that's the region. Again, 3 counties are covered, or portions of. This storm is located near Calaveras Lake, but now 13 miles south of Converse and moving directly north at about 15 miles per hour. So it's changed direction slightly and moving north at 15. So we'll save that view, go back to velocities. Yeah, coming right up on St. Hedwig. Okay, here we go. Now you can see where I'm talking about gate-to-gate shear, right in here. Crossing now over Highway 87. This is Interstate 10. And you can see now it's going to be moving right up onto the western side of St. Hedwig. So let's just track right there, north at 15 miles per hour. Okay, right on that vortex, and let's go north. We'll even jog it this way a little bit more. Okay, if you were in this blue box, if you were in this region of eastern Bexar County, moving up into Guadalupe County, please take cover now. Please protect your family. River of Life Christian Fellowship 619, Annunciation School 627, Lower Valley School, 6:56. The town of Cibolo at 7:04. Lenhoff Stadium at 7:05. Elaine Schlatter Middle School. Schlather Middle School at 7:14. So moving right across Interstate 10. This could be really dangerous when you consider how many people are traveling in both directions on Interstate 10 from Seguin into San Antonio or San Antonio out towards Seguin for the day. I mean, it's a 6:15, 6:20 almost, and that's rush hour indeed. As people are getting off of work, this is going to be a dangerous situation as this storm moves right over I-10, a densely populated interstate, very well traveled this time of day. Back again, and that is a far-reaching warning that again was shifted. We had it much smaller, and Wilson County owned most of that last warning, but now it's really Bexar County owning the majority of it, as it's from St. Hedwig now moving more north. See that little jog of a shift? Look at that. You can see it. Just shift west. Watch that right there. Right at the end, go west. And really going to be coming in hard on St. Hedwig. St. Hedwig, please make sure that you are safe. Make sure that you're in a safe room right now, because this could be a full-fledged tornado at any second. This could be forming in the upper level of the thunderstorm and just drop. And it happens so quickly, there's no time at that moment to find that safe room. That's why I always say, have that safety plan that your whole family knows about. It's like the sport of baseball. When I played baseball and I was taught, and then I coached it when I got a chance to coach Little League Baseball. You decide what you're going to do before the pitch is thrown. If you're out in the field, you decide what you're going to do if the ball's hit to you before the pitch is thrown, so that when the ball's coming, there's no decision to be made. You've already made that decision. That's the same situation. Have that safety plan in place, because St. Hedwig, this is hitting right now. And it's time to get into your safe room. It's time to get away from windows, be surrounded by interior walls, have your bike helmet with you, have shoes with you, and have a means of communication with you as well. And please, 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 reach out to someone who lives in this area. Make sure, just send them a text. Are you good? Make sure that they're aware that it's doing a lot more than just raining outside right now, that this is a dangerous, life-threatening situation. This is a tornado. This is a possibility of a tornado on the ground at any minute in this polygon, but especially St. Hedwig. You know, this is a sparsely populated area of eastern Bexar County, but these communities, this is where everybody lives in eastern Bexar County. St. Hedwig, Santa Clara. Now, Lavernia, you're out of harm's way, as is China Grove. This is kind of splitting those uprights and going right into St. Hedwig and moving directly north at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. We'll look for the shear again. And it looks like the concern spot is more over 1604 and just kind of west of the St. Hedwig marker, which is, I'm going to assume, of course, the city limits of St. Hedwig. And again, it's riding right up 1604. Wow. I mean, just think about the amount of motorists on 1604 between I-10 and 87 at this hour. This is a packed interstate. I'm just wondering if we have TransGuide cameras that are in this area. If somebody can maybe take a look at that and see whether or not we have a camera, because our Elmendorf camera is going to be out of reach on seeing this now. But maybe there's a 1604 East TransGuide camera that can give us a view. Interstate 10, top of your screen. You can see, just give you an idea of proximity to the Frost Bank Center, Loop 410. Out I-10, 1604, and then right in here, this is the rotation that we're concerned with. This is the radar-indicated rotation. Remember that when the National Weather Service upped all the radar sites to dual polarization, we can now look at these storms like never before in 3D. We can slice them, we can look at them vertically, horizontally, layers. I mean, it's incredible technology. It's a blessing that we're able to come up with this and actually execute it. That's what we have a radar here at KENS 5. And It would cost millions of dollars to upgrade to a dual polarization radar, so that's why it's no longer a functioning radar. But when I got here in 1996, 30 years ago, that was a functioning radar. We had the controls just like I'm standing at here, and we had joysticks, and we could move that radar, tilt that radar dish. We were the only ones that had one. It was really cool. Oh boy, blessing. Tornado warning's over. Praise God. That has just been canceled well before expiration time of 7 p.m. Look at that. Wow, did that change fast. See, we were on velocity for so long. Look at how much that changed in just a few blicks of the radar. Let's stop that right there. See that hook right there? You can see that hook echo, well defined south of 87. And then there's a fresh sweep as that storm collapses fast. Still producing very heavy rain for St. Hedwig. Still within a flash flood warning. So this will lead to some flooding issues in eastern Bexar County and St. Hedwig, but the biggest threat, the most dangerous threat has ended. The tornado warning has been canceled for eastern Bexar County. Flash flood warnings continue. Flash flood watch continues. I'll bring that up right now. We're at 6:24, so just give me an idea on time and how we want to move forward. Okay? I just want to, before we go to break, catch you up. We've got about 10. Look at this. This was actually extended now. This is a new flash flood warning out to Seguin, just up to Seguin on I-10. It includes northern Guadalupe County, just kind of hugging New Braunfels and the I-35 corridor. So most of Comal County, Canyon Lake, right up here, is not under a warning, but under a watch until tomorrow night. Then west, like I said, Bernie, Hondo, out to Uvalde. That's the 12 to 14 inch areas of rainfall that's on the ground now. So any additional rain in that area is going to be a life-threatening flood situation. Wait until you see, since we're going to have, time now and full coverage coming up on KENS 5 News at 10, what's happening in Bernie. I mean, Bernie's like underwater. River Road, aptly named, is literally a river, and the water is upwards, like just feet away from the traffic lights. Just feet below the traffic lights in Bernie. So a very dangerous situation if additional rain moves in there, and it's expected to. So I showed you the one cell that's dying down. Let me show you that we've got an excessive rainfall forecast with a flood threat through tonight and tomorrow. It's going to be slight San Antonio, Bernie, New Braunfels, but then it goes right up to a 3 out of 4. We're talking about Bandera, Kerrville, Hondo, Uvalde to Del Rio, okay? And so here's what future radar looks like. This model is going to show you what we've got. And this is going to give you an idea that we expect another round to move in tonight. So if I push this forward into the 9 o'clock hour, we could see isolated storms develop again. And then the focal point kind of shifts after midnight. Notice that it's from Hondo out to Del Rio. And that's the first round, 6 a.m., very heavy rain between Eagle Pass and Del Rio, moving east. And by 9 a.m., mid-morning hours, we've got heavy rain again. This could be the dangerous moment. Mid-morning in Bernie, mid-morning at Uvalde. So that's where it's getting very dangerous as we head into Thursday. Please stay weather aware. Please download the KENS 5 app. We will keep you updated on all platforms this evening on the bottom of your screen during KENS 5 CBS programming. And of course, we're going to have full team coverage of it all on KENS 5 News at 10. God bless you. Enjoy your evening. And let's go to Wheel of Fortune.
Move through your mornings with KENS 5, weekday mornings.
Game recognizes game. The summer of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer during the Summer of Audi sales event.
We're the Frosto family, and we're San Antonio's own.
Texans trust Thomas J. Henry. That trust creates more than legal victories. It's put over $200 million back into our communities. This is shared success. Thomas J. Henry. When we win, you win.
The sizzling summer sale is on. Hurry in for our hottest deals of the summer at North Park Subaru at Dominion. Take over $2,400 off TSRP on new 2026 Subaru Crosstracks. Posted low at $27,289. Complimentary maintenance included at North Park Subaru at Dominion.
Too many Texans feel like they're drowning. The cost of groceries, gas, healthcare. I'm James Tallarico. In the State House, I brought both parties together to make life more affordable, capping the cost of insulin, cutting taxes for small businesses, and passing the largest property tax cut in Texas history. In the Senate, I'll take on corruption and keep fighting to lower your costs. I approve this message because it shouldn't be this hard to keep your head above water.
Game recognizes game. The summer of Audi is here. Get exceptional offers at your local Audi dealer during the Summer of Audi sales event.
Continue with us on Ken's 5 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free.
Demo day, my favorite. Actually, today's a different kind of demo. Introducing our new Performance Velvet collection at Rooms to Go. It's great style you don't have to stress over, in 2 gorgeous colors. And your choice of sofa or sectional. Stylish, comfortable, and super durable. You rang? Whoa! Durable, not indestructible. Relax. Don't mind if I do. It's Drew and Jonathan for Rooms to Go.
You know where we are.
Come on, let's go.
Woo.
Was that fun?
That feeling? That's the Lincoln feeling. Experience it for yourself at the Lincoln Summer Sales Event. Right now, lease the 2026 Lincoln Aviator Premier all-wheel drive SUV for $699 per month for 36 months.
At Burger Boy, we're proud to be from San Antonio. So come on by and satisfy the taste you crave. Burger Boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the stars of our show, Ryan Seacrest and Vanna White.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening. Appreciate that.
Yes, we do. Thank you so much.
Nice to see all of you. And you, Vanna White.
You too.
Let's wheel.
All right.
Give away some money tonight. All right. Well, if you grab that little device down there, we can give you some money. Should we do it?
Yes.
First toss-up is going to be worth $1,000. The category is Wanna Bet. Makes sense? Wanna Bet. And here we go, Vanna. Yes, Jefferson.
Bet your luck.
And that's not it. Everybody else, when you know it, buzz in. Candace. Need a quick answer. Alicia, it's
Hey,
yours.
luck.
When you know it, yes.
Try your luck.
There you go, Alicia. We got to it. Alicia Cantrell from Seattle, Washington.
Yes, I'm from Seattle.
And you want to shout out some of your kiddos, they said.
Yes,
Tell me about
I'm
them.
a special needs school bus driver in Seattle, so I have to name off the kids. I'm
Okay.
going to name them by stop so I don't forget anybody.
Gotcha, okay.
So we got Jay, Peter, Alexis, Bowie, Maya, Jacoby, David. There's a new girl that started writing last week. Her name is Shaw. And then the other school that I go to, it's Kyle and Sebastian.
Okay, and I bet they're all cheering you on.
They are all cheering me on. The last day that I worked, which was Tuesday, I got to one of the kids' stops, and it was super cute. The mom had a sign that said, "Good luck, Alicia, on Wheel of Fortune." Yeah, it was super cute.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, good luck, Alicia, on Wheel of Fortune.
you. I
Nice to
appreciate
have
that.
you. Jefferson Knapp, El Dorado, Kansas, is here tonight. What do you do for a living, Jefferson?
I'm a children's author. I have a book series, and I go around the country to schools and give presentations. And I also bring with me a 10-foot tall baboon and a 25-foot animatronic python. They're villains in my book.
Oh, I was going to say, what do they have to do with the book?
Yeah, I go around, scare kids into reading, but it's a lot of fun.
And it works.
It does work.
Well, good luck, Jefferson. Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you. Candace Brown from my hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. Tell me about yourself, some of your hobbies.
Yes, I am a runner. Nowadays, I run after my baby boy, Chance. But one morning, I ran for 5 miles on accident.
Wait, sorry, how do you How's that an accident?
Well, I was listening to Beyonce, the Renaissance album. I ran 1 mile and she got better. I ran another mile and it just kept getting better and better.
That makes sense. And you're a big Beyonce fan. Did you travel around the globe to see her?
Yes, I actually traveled to Barcelona to see her Renaissance concert.
Did you see Cowboy Carter?
I did not get to
Neither
see
did
Cowboy
I.
Carter. I've
Me
been
too.
running
I
behind
know. I know you're watching Beyonce, so next time. Grab your device down there. Second toss-up. Good luck, Candace. Nice to have you. This one is going to be worth $2,000. The category is body temperature. Here we go. Yes, Candace.
Knocked out cold.
You got that one. $2,000 for you, Candace. Now, Jim, what special Yamava wedge is on the wheel tonight?
Well, it's fun on the golf course, Ryan. Here's tonight's featured vacation. A golfer's paradise awaits. Tee off along the stunning Southern California coastline at Monarch Beach Golf Links. Soak in the golden sunshine and experience championship golf with breathtaking ocean views at every turn. From your first drive to your final putt, every moment is unforgettable. Monarch Beach Golf Links. Come for the view, stay for the golf. $9,250. And someone at home could win this scenic trip in the Yamava Resort and Casino giveaway. Enter the bonus puzzle at wheeloffortune.com for your chance to tee it off.
Looks spectacular. Thank you, Jim. And we're into our first round. The category is same letter. When you get that same letter, it's going to be an extra $1,000 for you. And Candace, you got that last toss-up, so you'll launch on the wheel. Good luck. All right, well, shake it off. Shake it off.
Gotta
Alicia,
get it out of there somehow.
your turn now. $800.
S.
Yes, we have 3 S's up there. That's also the same letter, so you get the extra $1,000. 500.
T.
There are a pair of T's. $4,400. If you want to buy a vowel, you certainly can.
Yes, I am going to buy an E.
Pair of E's as well. $600.
R.
Yeah, there is just one. Van's going to show it to you right there.
I'm going to buy an I.
You're going to get 2 I's for the price of 1, Alicia. $4,500 right now for you. $550.
N, please.
2 of those. $700.
A Y.
There is a Y. I think you saw that coming. $2,500 this time.
L.
There is no L. Jefferson, that means we come to you. You take over now. See what you can do this evening. Can't quite get past that one, so we bounce to Candace.
All right.
$700.
H.
1 H. $700.
G.
We've got a G.
Like to buy an O?
And there are 2 O's.
May I buy a U?
There is no U. Alicia, take a look at the board. You're in charge. What do you think?
I want to buy a vowel.
Which would you like?
I would like to buy an A.
We've got 1 A. Vowels are gone. Now,
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
let's do it.
Soothing Spa Serenity.
That is the puzzle, yes. Well done. $7,050 just like that.